and welcome. I hope the night finds everyone well. I think I have all my posts together. The new ZyChat bot should be working. Would you believe someone has already claimed Zybot? Well, someone has, but not to worry. We had an alternative. Now, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Live, Promo, Ricardo, Juno, Odyssey, and Rumble should all be functional. Twitch, Noise, and Passive are still down. Will hopefully be fixed. All right, I'll balance it better.
PCs that deliver incredible performance, reliability.
Stop. You go away. Anyways, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Trovo, Picardo, Beam, Odyssey, and Rumble should all be functional. Though it would seem my new title deployer is not working right. The stream should be labeled Juno. I don't know if I feel compelled to go through and fix everything. Sorry, something in my throat. Anyways. But yeah, Twitter, Noise, and Passes should be fixed for next time. And some of those last doubling up bot spams that were going on should also be significantly reduced. I may have to tweak a few things, but stuff should be way better than it was. Also, oh my gosh, is Social Stream Ninja a godsend. Holy crap. Social Stream Ninja is incredible for this. Especially when you hook it up correctly. Castro Labs is still down. I'm going to try it again right now. See if we'll get our lemon counter up. Nope, Castro Labs is still broken. I may give it a reinstall, but I hate to say it, but Castro Labs seems mostly replaced at this point because it never counted the lemons correctly and it only did a couple of the chats. So if it's still down, you know, I don't have a lot of options left. So, yeah, I hope everyone had a good week. I have obviously done some problem solving. Not done, but worked on it. My week has been incredibly busy because we had a 24-hour turnaround, and then, oh, you guys did so great with that. Have some more. And then today, I ended up having to play Relay Bot in person. Well, not in person, but directly. Couldn't automate that kind of stuff. We had a reaction. I completely forgot. I was told to react to this. That is the wrong thing. I was told to react to Brandon Herrera. Almost forgot about that. Whose latest video? Oh my! Heads are rolling at the ATF. Ooh, I'd like someone to confirm that we want to react to this first. While we do, the plan is to try to finish Mega Man Legends. We're really close to the end, and I ground out the million zennies required for the Shining Laser. And also did the tasks required to get the Shining Laser. So we have the end game weapon, and I am not motivated to spend the zenny to grind out and spend the zenny to get a to max out everything and get all of the different missing equipment and stuff. So I'm just going to run around with the laser for the rest of the game. Which is hilariously overpowered, but it's also the final dungeon, so it's like, well, if you're going to use the overpowered thing, now is the time. And then Harvest Moon will be whatever's left of the stream after that. And then Sunday, we will be starting the new Zelda game, Minish Cap, which I already have set up and ready. Finally. And continuing Chrono Trigger. And I cannot imagine, I know I'm going to jinx it by saying it, but I cannot imagine Minish Cap being the same royal pain as Skyward Sword. And I tried multiple times throughout the week just to figure out what's going on, to see if I could fix the sword. There is no position I can hold either of the controllers in to make the A button work whenever I try to grab the sword. So I have no explanation whatsoever for what is happening with that. Fun. So I haven't seen anyone object to us watching the new Brandon Herrera video, so I guess we are. That is the wrong mouse. So yeah, Brandon Herrera. Heads are rolling at the ATF. A somewhat concerning video. Stop that. To be starting on for tonight, but I guess we are. All right, let's see what madness Brandon has wrought this time. I have no other intro.
Gone. Oh wait, what? We're not doing that this time? No. Okay. Well, me, I guess. Just kidding. What's up, guys? Today we're talking about some major shakeups that are happening at the ATF right now. It has been a super crazy couple days. There are actually multiple big pieces of news that I wanted to do the video on the first part a couple days ago, and then like more things started happening, and I just decided to wait for the dust to settle until I could actually do a video on everything, which thank God I did. TLDR, which for those of you over 30 means too long didn't read. A lot of shit's on the chopping block right now and heads are rolling at the ATF. But to do the opposite of what George Lucas would advise, let's start at the beginning. The ATF under Kash Patel has just reversed a huge pain in the ass in the gun industry and the gun community. He's doing great things. I hope he sticks around. We'll get to that. Just patience. But if you're sitting there wondering, Brandon, why the fuck would I care about the zero tolerance policy? I've never even heard of it. Allow me to enlighten you. The zero tolerance policy is one of the most egregious ways that the Biden administration weaponized the ATF. They realized, because of the way that the Supreme Court was staggered, they probably couldn't get away with a lot of crazy, just overreaching gun laws, at least on the federal level. So what they decided to do instead is if they realized they couldn't go after the individual right to keep and bear arms, crazy, it's almost like it's in the fucking Constitution, they would go after the people who were selling and manufacturing the guns, which is where they started weaponizing audits on mom and pop FFLs. FFL is a federal firearms license. Basically anywhere you've ever gone to that's a pawn shop, a gun store, anything, they've got an FFL. Basically it just allows them to either sell guns or, in the manufacturer case, like an 07, manufacture firearms. Now the ATF has had a history of doing audits on FFLs where basically they'll come in, they'll make sure that you've got all the guns on the books that you're supposed to have, and basically they're just making sure that you're not hawking guns out the back of your gun store to the fucking cartel, because only the ATF can do that.
Infiltrate the dealers, find the supply.
But instead of using these audits to actually catch people who are committing real crimes and selling...
Look up Wait, was that on there actually? Yep, Operation Fast and Furious is, was it David Chipman, who was Biden's pick for the ATF director that didn't get in? 16,000 machine guns. Yeah.
Find the supply.
But instead of using these audits to actually catch people who are committing real crimes and selling to people they're legally not supposed to be, they started going after every little minor clerical error they possibly could. People who weren't dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Maybe you use the acronym for the state that you live in instead of the full name of the state written out. Any little thing to say that paperwork wasn't filled out correctly so that they could revoke your FFL. So instead of going after people who were actually committing real crimes and selling to people that they weren't supposed to, they were going after every little clerical error that they could to shut down local gun stores, mom and pop places, anybody who basically couldn't afford to fight the federal government in court. And now you might be asking, Brandon, this sounds like a technicality. Was anybody actually hurt by this? Fucking yes. In fact, in the first few months when the Biden administration rolled this out, FFL revocations, people losing their business, their livelihood, their FFLs, FFL revocation was up over 500%. They couldn't ban the guns, so they got fucking shady about it. Even when I did my testimony in that congressional field hearing, I spoke specifically about this issue. Another way the ATF has been expanding its authority is by targeting legal federal firearms license holders, or FFLs, such as gun stores, gun manufacturer, and so on. And it wasn't just me. Several of the other people that were testifying with me there at that hearing were either in danger or had just lost their licenses over this rule. In fact, that's how I met Chris Smith, the guy that I currently co-own Firearms Direct Club with. The first time we met each other, he was also there giving his testimony, talking about how his gun shop in Florida was being targeted by this policy. But now, if you have an FFL, you can breathe a small sigh of relief because the zero tolerance policy has now been removed, which is huge. I mean, I myself am an 07, 02 FFL, manufacturer FFL, and I shouldn't have to feel like I'm walking on eggshells, being afraid of an audit, even though I know I'm not breaking the law, but that they'll try to find some small paperwork error to try to make me out to be a criminal, to take away my business, possibly with political motivation. And believe me, there was a time when that was a concern. Now, there is one big outstanding question. The people who were victimized by the zero tolerance policy, will they have their licenses restored? I'm not sure what the plan for that is currently, but I certainly hope that there is a system to expedite those people getting their livelihood back. But for the time being, I'm just considering it a massive win. that mom and pop shops, local small businesses no longer have to live in fear of the big green weenie of the federal government casting a mushroom-shaped shadow over their entire existence. What a sentence.
Yeah.
So summary, first part of this video, zero tolerance policy, out the fucking window. Pack watch, rest in piss, you won't be missed. Speaking of pack, I want to give a real quick thank you to TacPack.
Shocking, everyone.
Stab myself here. TacPack is a monthly subscription service where you can get cool shit like AR-15 tactical multi-tool, Kung Fu pistol grips, Rat's tourniquet. You've never seen Heat? Oh, fuck you, man. Walker's Ear Pro, dry fire training systems, and more. And new subscribers can use the code AKGUY to get a free extra package of tactical gear worth $60. And the May TacPack Plus is going to be worth over $260. That's more than $4. That's objectively true. And this next TacPack features AR-15 accessories, EDC gear, medical equipment, and more. Actually, before I put this knife away,
That is
we'd also
tempting,
like
but I
to
have
thank
other
SDI
things
for
I need to
continuing
spend
be a
money
channel
on.
sponsor. If you'd like to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology, be sure
Oh,
to
he's
check them
doing
out
them
using the
back-to-back
links
this
in the
time.
description and in the pinned comment at sdi.edu. Back to the video. So yeah, suffice it to say, I am super stoked that under Kash Patel's leadership, the ATF has been making moves to reverse stupid rules like the zero tolerance policy. Absolutely making steps in the right direction, and I am very excited to see under Kash Patel's
Yeah, I
leadership
already knew about
where
this
the
next
ATF
part.
is going to go on, and he's gone. Yeah, Kash got fired. Yeah, yeah. A little confused by this move, not gonna lie, but I do understand because Kash Patel was wearing two hats where he was the acting director of the ATF while also being the confirmed director of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI. I was pretty excited by the implications of that, given that it's always been my dream that the ATF, slowly reversed all of these rulings and then was just lumped into the FBI and gotten rid of entirely. Just gutting all the parts of its existence that only exist to infringe on law-abiding citizens and keep the stuff like, arson investigations and stuff that are actually, solving real crime. So obviously once Kash was confirmed as director of the FBI and also was picked as head of the ATF, I got a little excited for the potential of, what that was going to become. But we do have a new acting director. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome stage left, Dan Driscoll, the new acting director of the ATF. Once again, we have another guy who is wearing two hats. He is the current U.S. Secretary of the Army, as well as the newly appointed acting director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. So what do we know about him aside from that? Well, we know he was a combat veteran in Iraq, but aside from that, he was also a Republican candidate for Congress, specifically in North Carolina's 11th district, where he lost in the Republican primary. I get it. Aside from that, his actual stance on gun policy and things like that, I really wish I had better news. I don't know. Would love to get a direct line of communication because we have a lot of ideas and a lot of ways that this new ATF can, stop being gay. But if you have some concerns, don't worry because I'm about to give you...
For those of you who didn't get the I get it thing, that's how he was beaten after Democrats poured millions of dollars into Brandon's Republican opponent. What, 14 million? Something like that?
Some weapons-grade copium. I have reason to believe that the ATF is still gaining momentum in the right direction because just recently, the deputy director of the ATF has been fired, shit-canned, excommunicado, fuckity bye-bye. Marvin Richardson was the deputy director
Yes,
of the
I did not
ATF,
hear about
and he was
this.
also a long-standing ATF employee, having a career spanning 35 years. He was the deputy director since 2019 and was also the acting director from 2021 to 2022. Let's go back to that 35 years at the ATF bit. Do the mental math. What happened in the last 35 years at the ATF? Yeah. Old Marvin was awarded medals for his involvement at the Siege of Waco. Motherfucker had the Burning Women and Children Alive merit badge. On top of that, he was largely touted as the father of the arm race restrictions, as well as a whole host of other unconstitutional shit that the ATF has been pushing for the last 10 years or so. And he is fucking out of there. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Fuck you. I hope you have a hangnail every day for the rest of your life. This guy had bragged in the past about how much they've been able to do at the ATF to circumvent having to get laws passed by Congress.
That was no small feat because literally when you talk about changing it, we had to do it through a regulatory process, not a statutory process, because we couldn't change the language of the statute, but we could redefine the terminology that's in the statute.
He's talking about how many extra rules they're able to put on law-abiding citizens without using the legal system.
Yeah, whenever governments do that, I don't care what side you're on, you should be very worried.
Circumventing Schoolhouse Rock and just putting in whatever he thinks should be the rules, not what the Constitution says has to happen. Motherfucker bragged about it. So for the second time in this video, Marvin Richardson. Packwatch, rest in piss, you won't be missed. Yeah, these are just kind of some big moves happening in the ATF. I don't know how this is all going to shake out, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. And if you're thinking about that one thing that just happened, don't worry, we'll be talking about that. I have to talk to some people and make sure that I'm allowed to say what I want to say about that, you know, without fucking up certain plans. But don't worry, we will be talking about that soon. Also, sorry for being a cryptic asshole. I know I'm not trying to sound interesting. I just really don't know what I should say at the moment. And as if this video wasn't late enough, we have yet another update. I'm so fucking tired. So the deputy director of the ATF got fired. That's fucking great. We've now been informed on who the new one will be. Introducing your new deputy director, Robert Cicada? Now, I have been pretty optimistic of all of the changes over at the ATF since Trump took office. This is the first one, I'll be honest with you, throws up a little bit of a yellow flag for me. I do not know much about this man's views on the Second Amendment. However, I do know he's a career ATF guy. Nothing in his resume that I've been able to find is particularly egregious, but being a lifelong Fed naturally makes the hair in the back of my neck stand up. Is there anything obvious that means he will be bad? No. Am I worried he might be a speed bump to the dismantlement of the bullshit regulations of the ATF in the future? Absolutely. Only time will tell, but this is just another update that's been shotgunned at us in the last few hours. A lot of shit's happening very quickly, and I'm trying to keep you guys informed without turning this into just like a politics-only channel. But I felt the need to update you guys on this before I released the video, so if it's a little late, that's why. I appreciate your patience. Back to past me. In the meantime, we've had some fun projects we've been cooking up, so if you'd like to see more of that, be sure to subscribe or make sure you're still subscribed down below. I appreciate you guys as always for staying to the end of the video, and I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next one. Thanks, guys.
I legitimately don't know what he's talking about there with the other one. Also, not a great react this time. I'm mostly just ending this confused. I can't do that here because I'm not on the right chat. All right, give me a sec. But yeah, I legitimately don't know what he's talking about. He can't say. And I have few other comments on that, so sorry. I was advised to react to that. I don't actually think I have much of a reaction to that. Unless we were to be adding certain context to things, but I don't know if those are rabbit holes we want to get into.
Gone.
There, that should bounce around to everyone's chat for the link. I only have to do it once now. Yay! Oh, wait, let me check. We should have... We do! Haha! We do have the chat bot for Discord working again. Yay!
In a world.
Good luck!
I forget what I have equipped at the moment. The Shining Laser, which is one of the most anime names for something you can think of. Now, last week we completed that. I forget where all the subgates are that we need to do. I guess we'll just go looking for him. As I try to think if there was anything else I possibly had to talk about from the week. But I don't think so. Yeah, I had to do the museum in order to get the shining laser. So we can go have a quick look at all the stuff I gave to the museum. Oh! Okay, cool. That's one of the subgates. Sweet. I also fixed a little girl's legs here by donating 15,000 zennies to the hospital. She was in a wheelchair before.
Come back and see me again.
Now, this was like this to begin with, the art section down here. But you know, it has real art and not modern art. And then I donated everything up here. Oh, it's straight into a boss fight. Okay. I don't remember this guy. He looks neat, though. What is going on? Why is my laser not working? Am I gonna have to... Oh no, okay. You're kidding me. This thing's doofy target control system means I cannot use the shining laser to kill this thing? Seriously? Attack, attack, attack. One. Is there an attack? No. Back to the Buster after all of this. You've got to be kidding me. Nope, go away. Now. It's a neat design, at least. I just wish the boss fight was a little better.
Huh? That sounded like a door opening somewhere. I'd better take a look around.
I wish that boss fight was a little better. I guess I know why I don't remember the boss fight, though.
That's two. Just one more.
It's a good reason not to remember that fight. It was a really impressive opening, though. Yeah, and then it wasn't. Oh, we have to go where the dogs are gonna chase us all over the place. Go away, no one likes you. Maybe I don't. Oh wait, no, I think I have to get to this through the main gate. Hold on. I think I have to get in through here. Yep, with the good music. I still need some money, I just don't need all the money. I got this hole right. I never finished this area, did I? Oh yeah. No, I didn't. Okay. I think this is where I need to be. Yep, I was right.
Wow, that's pretty big. I wonder what it is. Wait, that mark.
Teasel, you better not be eating that entire pizza yourself. Huh? Hey, you! Do you know what happened to us thanks to you? I thought I was going to die! Huh?
You're alive. That's wonderful.
Let go of me! What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me!
What's the holdup, Prawn? If you don't hurry up, there's not going to be any pizza left. Huh? You! What are you doing here? Tron! Hurry up, get on board. It's time to activate Bruno.
This robot is my masterpiece. You're welcome to try and stop us. But you won't stand a chance this time. See you!
Wait!
Thanks for waiting, Teasel! Let's go! Everyone ready? We're moving out! Right here! This Tron looks happy.
Let's try to do this a little better. There we go. Do you see how quickly that health bar went down?
Huh? Okay, Blue Boy, I must know. What's your name?
Me? My name is Mega Man. Mega Man Volnut.
Mega Man, is it? You know, I've been in this business a long time, but this is the first time anyone's ever given me this much trouble. Yet, it feels good somehow being beaten by you like this. Almost as though I've met my match.
So,
I
He's
can face the fact.
having a
I've
bit of a
lost
break
you
here.
one. I'm gonna try to forget this entire incident. Ah, it feels good to say that. My heart feels as green as the blue sky on a cloudless day. See you around, Mega Man.
I don't understand what's going on with this game's audio and syncing and stuff.
Wait!
then, does this mean I'll never see him again?
Ron. Once he finds the treasure, we'll wait for our chance and take it from him.
What?
You didn't think I was going to just walk away, did you?
Boo! Oh, of course not. Now that's the Teasel I know.
You bet it is. Old Teasel never gives up. I'll get that treasure sooner or later, one way or the other.
Boo!
Where are you? There's more enemies than that in here. Yeah, that laser melted that Bruno so fast. once I finally got the targeting. What is going on? Oh, the Nintendo 64 version of this game's so bad, but I couldn't get the PlayStation up in time.
Huh? That sounded like a door opening somewhere. I better take a look around.
Yeah, the laser trivial. When you can hit with the laser, it trivializes so much.
There. This should be the last key.
Now, before we go, I'm gonna go buy No, don't start! I'm gonna go get a regen and stuff. That's the wrong direction. Okay, so all I can do is get these, which I don't need, and extra packs for the canteen, which I also don't think I need right now. So I just need a free restore on my shield. I'm actually going to do a new save here. That led to the tunnels. We didn't finish exploring here. Oh, right, because we found the drill, and that's what we were after. And we put the keys in. I have the keys. Is this not where I put the keys in? I guess we're gonna find out. I'm gonna assume I need to do the keys from the manually.
Huh? There's some writing. Watcher. What is that supposed to mean?
Mega Man. Okay, yeah, it is directly. Okay, I just couldn't remember.
The second door. What is this? It reads Sleeper. The third door. What does this one say? Dreamer? Well, it should be the last one. What's happening to me? This is the first time I've ever been here, but I feel like I've seen this before. Something is telling me there's danger here, that it shouldn't be opened. It's a man? A person?
Was it you who awoke me? It is somewhat earlier than I had planned, but no matter. Thank you for awakening me. Have we met before? Oh, please forgive me. You are a purifier model, assigned to the direct command of Mother. As I recall, you were designated Mega Man Trigger. Please forgive me. I did not recognize you in your current configuration.
You know me?
You don't remember? Ah, I see. You have suffered memory loss, yes? Then for what purpose have you awakened me? I assume that your reason for coming here is to purge the carbons that have overpropagated during the time I was inactive.
Carbons? Purge? What are you talking about?
According to Urban Military Security Ordinance A10, the number of carbon units is not allowed to increase beyond the pre-specified limits. If this happens, they are to be purged immediately. My observation is left unattended. The carbons will reproduce indefinitely. Their numbers will grow, polluting the surface world. They can be quite a nuisance.
Carbons? Do you mean the people on the island?
The carbons fit mass population model B. They are unstable, very difficult to control. Perhaps it would be better to simply reinitialize.
Reinitialize? Now, I haven't understood much of what you've been saying, but when you say reinitialize, do you mean no? Huh?
This is quite regrettable. It would be much simpler if I had the assistance of a proficient unit, such as yourself. Once my task is complete, I shall inquire as to the presence of a backup of your memory on Eden. Until then, please remain where you are. Yes, until then.
What is It's a man? A person?
Yep. Something tells me he's not kidding either. I really think he plans to kill everyone on the island.
Diesel, we've got to do something. We've got to stop him.
That's easier said than done. Besides, do you think we could beat him?
Well, what about Mega Man?
I don't like it, but I can't think of anything better, so... Oh, here's a problem. Hey, Tron! How do you stop this thing?
Oh, this? Like this! Mega Man, are you all right?
Thanks for your help.
Come on, hurry up! He's getting away!
Right.
It's not over between you and me. I won't forgive you if you die or anything stupid like that, so be careful in there, okay?
Right. See you later.
Don't worry, Tron. If anyone can do it, he can.
I know.
So, as a bit of an explanation, such as it is, because that audio was absolutely terrible. The very femboy-ish robot that popped up identified himself as Mega Man Juno, an administrative unit. His job is to basically wipe out all the quote-unquote carbons, the people, at set intervals in order to maintain control over the population. Which he is now going to do. He has identified our Mega Man as Mega Man Trigger, though we have known him as Mega Man Volmet. I'm actually unsure what... I'm actually unsure what the thing I just picked up is even for. I don't know what some of these are actually even for. I kind of want to go back and have a look. Other way. I think I always just beat the game before I retreated to figure out what this stuff. There isn't really a fast way out though, is there? Screw it. We're gonna be done well before the end of the stream. We can afford to waste a little bit of time. Quiet you. At least we have a shortcut. Okay, I guess I'm still missing parts. Maybe we can figure that out later. Not now! Oh my gosh, this... Stop it! I guess that really didn't take very long. Yay, shortcut. Wait a minute. Ooh, hold on. Okay, is there a range and rapid option? Attack, energy, rapid, rapid, energy, range, rapid, attack, energy, range, rapid, rapid, energy, rapid, range, attack, range. So it's just, at most I can do 1 and 1 then of range and rapid, which gives me pretty crappy rate of fire. But I can now have infinite attack and energy, as I'm mostly using the laser. Though it will be nice to have that for when the laser doesn't work, as seems to be a frequent problem. Say hi to the motherlode, everyone. Must complete maps. Hi, Data. Oh, we've come a long way, haven't we? It would have been nice if we could have just kept on living in peace with the professor and Roll, but I guess we've got to do what we've got to do, right? Mega Man Juno's waiting for you inside. Mega Man, everyone died. What were you doing? For anyone who's wondering, this is the little fugue that they're using for his theme song.
It appears I miscalculated the odds of your ability to escape that trap. You are, however, too late. Eden was activated as soon as I entered this room. It cannot be deactivated as long as I, the master key of this island, remain here in this control room. All that remains now is to wait for Eden to enter transmission range and send the command to execute the reinitialization of this island. Once that command is received, the 10,000 workers aboard Eden will execute it immediately. My estimates indicate their work will be completed in less than 5 minutes. Now that Eden has been activated, any further interference from you will remain on file, thus tarnishing my operating record. Fortunately, you are suffering from memory loss and fragmentation. Therefore, as keeper of this island, I hereby exercise my prerogative of correctional dispensation.
Prerogative of correctional? What?
Allow me to rephrase. I will exercise my authority to terminate your program.
Alright. Let's checking chat. I wonder why that didn't repost the way it was supposed to. Bot in Twitch. It did repost to some of them. Still, that's not so you guys can read it. It's so that mods on other sites will know, hey, we gotta nuke this guy.
Ready?
And now that now I'm completely off my game again.
Ready?
My laser turn.
Defend yourself. Ready?
Maybe the active buster would have been a better choice. with its target seeking ability.
Not good enough. Ready? Get up. Ready? My. It would appear that I have made an error.
No!
You were nearly successful in terminating my life support subroutine functions. But do not be disappointed. It appears it will take longer than anticipated for Eden to reach its optimal altitude. If you can terminate me before then, you will be able to stop it. Assuming you are capable of deactivating me.
What?
Are you ready?
I was saving that for the
There was an error
second
assuming that
phase.
a bureaucratic model such as myself would be able to best you in hand-to-hand combat. However, I was successful in keeping you occupied long enough for Eden to achieve optimal altitude before you could interfere.
That took 12 seconds!
This is Mega Man Juno, Bureaucratic Model 3rd Class, Authorization number 8677, requesting a reinitialization of this island's systems and a memory backup of its bureaucratic systems.
Stop! Stop it!
If you wish to shoot me, please do not hesitate. My program has already been backed up in Eden's central core. I eagerly await my next activation.
Eden systems ready, awaiting confirmation. Requested backup of bureaucratic model Mega Man Juno complete. Execution of cataloged reinitialization program will commence in 100 seconds.
What should I do?
Interrupt command. Priority command rerouted to Purifier First Class Mega Man Trigger. Under suspicion of malfunction, Bureaucratic Model 3rd Class Juno has been deactivated by Mega Man Trigger as per Ordinance 103. Mega Man Trigger hereby requests the indefinite postponement of the previous reinitialization order and the deletion of Bureaucratic Model Juno's backup data. Trigger hereby assumes all bureaucratic authority for the district and will petition Mother for guidance at a future date.
Command reroute acknowledged. Priority given to Purifier First Class's command. Eden resuming standby mode and returning to predesignated coordinates. Deleting log of Purifier First Class's correspondence as required by security ordinances. Requesting that notification to Mother be carried out by Purifier First Class, present bureaucratic authority, Trigger.
I can explain what's going on then when we're done.
Data? There's nothing to worry about anymore, Mega Man. Everything should return to normal shortly.
Do you know who I am?
I'm your peripheral memory storage device. You originally created me so your memory couldn't be scanned by Mother, too. I can't tell you anything yet, but soon I'll be able to tell you everything. What you are, why you lost your memory, your original function, and mission.
Mega Man! Mega Man! Blasted contraption! It's always breaking down at the worst time!
Mega Man, are you all right?
Yep, I'm just fine.
Gramps and I were working on the radio forever, but couldn't get it to work.
Mega Man, you won't believe what we saw! I'm glad these old eyes of mine lasted long enough to see it!
Calm down, Gramps. He's been like this ever since... Huh? Mega Man? Are you all right?
Oh, it's nothing. Really. I'm sorry that I scared you.
You're always running off like that, making me worry myself sick over you. But somehow, I know you'll always make it back. I have faith in you.
Thanks. See you soon. Data, let's go.
Ready? Mega Man?
Ready.
All right, we're ready to go anytime you are.
Thanks, Ro.
Tell me, do you really have to go so soon? After all you've done for us, please stay a while longer. We haven't had the chance to thank you properly.
Well, it's not that we don't want to stay. It's just that we've got some unfinished business that we've got to take care of. Right?
Yep.
That's right. Besides, now that we've got a refractor for the flutter, it's time for us to go.
If you must go, won't you at least come to town and say goodbye to everyone?
I suppose we should at least say goodbye, eh? Hey, Mega Man, why don't you go? Give him our best.
It would mean so much to everyone.
Go on, Mega Man, and say goodbye to the Junkman's wife for me.
Okay, I'm going.
It would be good for us all to say goodbye. Mega Man, you go deal with people. We'll get the ship ready. Alright, so... Actually, I don't remember what is or isn't done in the final cutscene, so I will save my explanation until after that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything hidden here. I think we're gonna call it because I don't know that there's a lot of lore here. Can I even go back into the ruins now? Nope.
Thank you so much for your help. Take care of yourself.
Bye. Take care. Goodbye.
See you later, Amelia.
Alright, we'll see what the final cutscene shows us and then I'll explain.
Goodbye.
After all that, we still didn't find out anything about your mom and dad. Or the mother lode.
Well, it can't be helped. It's not like we meant to come here in the first place, right? But everything worked out in the end, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Mega Man, did something happen while you were underground?
Huh? Yeah, well, not really. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know, but don't ever forget that I'll always believe in you, okay?
Roll!
Mega Man, roll! Look outside! The island!
Mega Man,
Okay.
what is it?
Whoa! Whoa, left! Left!
Huh? Okay. Hey, isn't that...
They all came to see us off.
Little cardboard standees there.
I hope those of you at home are watching. Our brave heroes are taking off, heading for new adventures. As you can see, the people of Catalox have come out to send them off and wish them well.
Hey, everybody! They were all really nice people. Maybe we'll come back here and see them again.
Yeah.
What did his eyeballs just do?
New course. Here we go!
I will allow this to roll. So, as an explanation, roughly, of what's going on, when it comes to roll, or looking for parents, if I remember correctly from the second game and the third game, which we will not be playing because the second game is terrible because there is no third game. Roll's parents have amnesia, but are off being a separate family, I believe. An explanation for what's going on in the world is there are no normal humans anymore. The people wandering around are carbons, which are basically human-like robots, and they are organic. They are, on surface level, indistinguishable from humans, but it is this artificial nature that allows them to be able to conveniently swap out parts with machinery. So for them, it's not. It's a very minor surgery, while for humans, it's a huge deal. Humans are gone. There's like 1 or 2 humans left, period. The humans left the planet and lived in an orbiting Eden paradise and used purifier units, which is what Mega Man Trigger was, and we'll get to that in a sec, to keep the peace, wipe out problems type stuff. Very authoritarian, though also very Universe 25 in that their society just sort of decayed. And the decision of the head of the society was that while the Carbons, who were still down on the planet, were making a society for themselves. So, with human society having collapsed and being in the midst of absolute depravity, the decision is made to have one of the chief purifier units, Mega Man Trigger, eliminate as much of the control system that they have in order to let the Carbons just go off and do whatever they want without interference. With the Mega Man series units, purifiers, administrators, bureaucratic, so on, being the robot command force under the direct control. And a lot of the other Mega Man units did not like this. And it turned into a little bit of a civil war. Mega Man Trigger and the units working with him won, but the mother control unit never was brought under control. In order to avoid being destroyed by it, Mega Man Trigger hid in the little data robot so that when his body was scanned, Mother could not find, could not see, oh, this is the one that caused all these problems. And then fled down to the surface. Before Mega Man Trigger could go back into his body, a new personality, Mega Man Volnut, who we play as, had developed. And Mega Man Trigger was not willing to quote-unquote kill this new personality and elected to stay in the data monkey robot and allow the new Mega Man Volnut to go about and have a new free life without the burden of everything I just said. The mother unit still wants to engage in regular purification of the planet. It has very limited ability to do so, though, because it's had a lot of the bullets taken out of its gun, but it still has some threats. The second game lore drops a fair bit of this and brings in like one of the last remaining humans, I think, to try to retake the world, if I remember correctly. I might have that completely wrong, but I know one of the last remaining humans does show up. Unfortunately, it leaves off on a cliffhanger with some of what I just told you. It lore drops some of it, but leaves off at a cliffhanger with the rest of it. And Mega Man Legends 3 never got made, so a lot of this lore that I just dumped comes from the them just saying, well, here's some more lore for this world in the background because we're not making a game to tell it to you. There is a fan project to make a third Mega Man Legends game. I have no idea where it is in the production pipeline. But it's in works and it's using a lot of this lore that I just told you about. I should check in on that.
Well, there they go. Not a care in the world. Hey, Tron, can't this thing go any faster?
No, it can't. I had to gather up all the spare parts from everything he blew up to to build this. That's right! That's right!
We'll just have to rough it until we get to the next island. If we sell what we found, we'll get back what we lost and then some. We'll live like kings! Who would have thought there was such a huge refractor down there? And all we had to do was just wander in and pick it up. I told you we'd have the last laugh.
That's assuming we make it to the next island without sinking. Oh well, at least he's in a good mood.
I does not care at all. Thank you for making the game, Capcom. Tis a good one.
In a world covered by...
So you beat it on normal, you get hard mode. You beat it on hard mode, you get super easy mode. I don't feel like playing it on hard mode. So yeah, that is Mega Man Legends, the explanation of what the heck just happened, and the lore of why all this nonsense is happening, sort of. Good game. I wish it was longer. I understand why it's not, though. Because of all the audio in particular, they just couldn't cram as much game into it. Which, I understand that ambition. I kind of... I suppose that's unfair of me to say. I was going to say that I kind of wish that they had taken the Ocarina of Time route in terms of getting creative with compressing as much game as they could in. But oh my gosh, is Ocarina of Time an unfair standard to impose on any other game. Ocarina of Time is way... They went above and beyond in order to make this stuff work. So I don't know that that's a fair thing to say that I wish these guys have done. At least seriously. Obviously, you could say that in terms of, oh, imagine if. But, yeah. Very good. Sadly, Mega Man Legends 2 is kind of eh. Especially without a third to wrap it up. Like, this one at least sort of ends on some kind of final note, even if it leaves a lot of mysteries unsolved. Mega Man 2 is one big cliffhanger for a game that never got made. I think I'm going to put on some music for y'all. And then when we come back, it will be Harvest Moon time. I am kind of... Looking at the time, I'm kind of shocked that that lined up as well as it did. Even with the shining laser to cut through it all. I think we'll probably stick to Stardew Valley background music because that's nice, safe. Don't have to worry about stuff type music. And I will be back shortly. I return way later than I wanted to, again, because I will just never be on time for anything, apparently. Way, way later than I intended to be. I am so sorry. I'm going to start implementing a penalty for myself for taking too long. I'll figure it out. I did remember something that I wanted to bring up, though. It is currently Star Citizen Free Fly, but they are stress testing the servers, so the game will be at its worst, unfortunately. But if you have an interest, it's there. Also, on the Star Citizen front, I came to the realization that focusing on things like the Polaris and the Carrack are in fact going about things the wrong way when it comes to stop that. When it comes to base ships, because there is another option. You could just get a very large cargo ship that's capable of storing what you need. I did the test with the Hercules C2. If you want a little more firepower, the M2 is an option. These are giant cargo ships that you can just park in a corner, a medical Ursa, as a respawn point, and just leave it there. And then I put a Pisces in the back, a Fury in the front, but I have room to replace the Fury, or even have in with the Fury a Misk Razor for sure, and a Drake Mule as my regular get-around vehicle, and I still need to pick up some of the mech suits. And I will still have room for cargo with all of that in there. So that is certainly less expensive than a Carrack option, both in and out of game, if you want to set up a base ship that can house multiple ships for functionality without giving up, without getting too much ship for ship. I'd love to be played Star Citizen, but everyone else is thinking that too. So, yeah, the free fly weekends are the worst, which is, I typically stream during the free fly weekends to help signal boost it, as well as get new recruits for my own recruitment rewards. And we've seen how well that's worked. Yeah, maybe we'll throw a little bit in. I mean, having just finished Mega Man, we could throw a little bit in that slot. That is an option. No, stop that. I'm amazed I remembered I had a cow immediately. Wait a minute, can I? No, I cannot. The cow is not yet ready. What are we doing? We have watered everything. We take out the cow, brush horse. Sorry, a bit of an itch there. We don't need to buy anything. We can't buy anything. We're broke. Are we just foraging to try to build up our money? Wait, I was doing yard things. Vegetables ready for the festival in 3 days. Thank you. Well, I mean, I just have to wait for stuff to grow. But thank you, we can do that. Yeah, I guess I'm just foraging for money. Why did you eat it? Why did you eat it? I moved it in a different direction. I don't know what is going on. Right, don't full screen it. That was the problem. Or part of the problem. Just gonna do this again. Maybe we do forage later and do a little farm things first. No! Still managed to screw it up. Hope my grass grows soon. Thank you. Since I always freeze at the same spot, maybe I should try to avoid that spot. Okay, that gets us a little bit of money. If we do yard things, it will get us more wood and level the axe slowly. Not that we're gonna get much done, because I'm already exhausted. We can go visit Karen. Because she works at the bar. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. She's in love with us and doesn't know our name? I feel like there might be an issue there. I'm the guy who's gonna get your daughter away from you. Definitely some concerns. The grass is indeed growing. We will have grass in time. Just these random plants and eggs that are like, here's my money for the day. I say, in spite having done this for a lot in Stardew Valley for the same reason. Inch my money back up while I wait for the plants to finish. Need more power berries. Man, I just realized if Karen didn't know our name, that's heading down an anime path, but that's heading down a very different anime path. Of like, doesn't know our name, is in love with us, gives us gifts, and takes care of us. Starts with a Y. Oops. Where's Karen? Yeah, of the types that get stabby when they don't get what they want. Okay, Vegetable Festival reminder. I thought my stuff would be grown in time. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's too late to do anything about it if I'm wrong. Is a rather repetitive routine. Water the plants, care for the animals. Gather random stuff to throw into the box. I'm not gonna do field stuff today. I'm gonna see if there's anything to buy at the stores. It is in fact Wednesday. Right, you have the pot you won't sell to anyone. I doubt these guys have any plants that grow overnight. I should have saved stuff. Just gonna have to hope that the corn is ready. No Karen again. Getting a little concerning. All right, make or break time. Is my corn ready or not? Nope. Nothing for the fair today. I forget how long it takes for the cow to produce milk. Who are you? I don't remember you. What's the Millennium Earl doing here? So of course I can eat 3 in a sitting. He's the government. I'm a bad influence. Someone was showing off an automated reader. I think I may look into that just for my sanity of reading everything, as I obviously haven't been. I like vegetables that I can eat raw. Like tomatoes, cucumbers, celery. You eat tomatoes raw? Hold up, I thought I was one of the judges. I bet they put stuff in their plant feed. What you call a real vegetable. Delicious raw. And full of nutrients. Wonderful. Congratulations! Today was a good day. I'm going to have a good sleep. Note to self, grow tomatoes. At least in time for the festival. Rippy. Oh, Rippy's just taken off. Let's open to continue for faster travel around the farm. Alright, first grass harvest of the year. Note to self, buy grass in the first season. There's 18 squares. Okay, 18. It's 1 per square. Do I need a specific device to milk the cow? Buy a milker. Okay, yeah. So I haven't been able to milk the cow because I've made a mistake. I think I need to put items away. I'm not really using the fishing rod or the bell right now. I do not at the moment have a sick animal. This is Rick, right? Oh, the tool shop. Thank you. You can tell how long it's been since I played this game. Ah! You're kidding me. Lots of stuff though, eh? The one thing that's there. If I had foraged first, I'd probably have enough now. Or for tomorrow. But of course he doesn't come overnight, he comes in the afternoon. There's some definite improvements to Stardew Valley, there are. The game's only much newer. Alright, well... Forage now, I guess, since we know we don't have the money for the milker. Man, I was just thinking, you know, we were complaining about how short the days are in Stardew Valley. So using coffee and Joja Cola and the horse in order to be able to get around and time to do stuff. The days in Stardew Valley are an eternity compared to the days in this game. This game is Panic Cycle. Keep it as simple and as fast as you can. The game. Alright, so I should get enough. They'll be closed before I get paid though. You are just a sprout. How do you do? So you're going to run the farm. I know it. It's a lot of work. Good luck. This is a statue of the goddess who guards the earth. Hello, sorry we don't have much to choose from. You just said you had a ton of items. We harvest grapes in the fall. Then mash them and store the juice in barrels. You can start drinking it around winter. The wine we make can't be stored for years, unlike the wine Grandma used to make. That's concerning. Nice to meet you. So you're the new owner of that farm. I'm the master of the bakery. Please drop by the shop for a rest when you're tired. Hello, I work at the vineyard. Call me Kai. You already found the best flower in your life? You are obsessed. Yes, working hard. You still don't like me. Excellent. Alright, so he will not be open tomorrow. Closed weekend, so we'll have to do it Monday. Actually trying to get the schedules that I'm not running around without achieving anything. I missed some of that, but it was Call the Mountain Carpenters for stuff. Maybe we'll stop by and talk to them while we're doing mountain things. Zychat is going to level up really fast. And have tons of redeemable points. No, I'm still thinking of changing up the system now that I have the ability to. I'll try to find a good way to handle the points compensation though. Since now we have a unified chat that everyone can have access to. Instead of some people having to be off in their own little corner. You need a good night's... Everyone keeps telling me that. Hello, hey. I forgot about this place. Hey, Sonny, what's your name? Oh, that's right. Now I remember. Hello, hey. Hello, hey. And no one's gonna question it. My body has been designed to work in the day and to rest at night. River's a good place for fishing. Yeah, I could talk to you guys all I want. I'm not actually able to apparently buy stuff from you. Do people still use Pig Latin? Yeah, it's like the only stuff that I really ever see it in is older stuff now. I wonder if there's now people who have no idea what Pig Latin is. Yep, go away. Hi, Rippy. You missed the end of Mega Man. Oh, closed Sundays. Yeah, that makes sense. How so very dare you go drinking on Sunday? What are you, some kind of heathen? Milker Day! We will actually do the cow after, since we can make a run for the milker. Milk machine! I like how he's guessing at what it's priced. Yes, that's real professional. Okay, cow is not ready for milk. Well, at least we'll have it for when it is. So, you're just not gonna let me buy anything from you then? Not that I really have any money left over. Okay, not a bad plan. Goodbye! I think I missed the drop-off. So, part of the reason why the cow is important that I remember is that you can fill the bottle with milk, which in a high energy demand day is a godsend. So it's part of the reason why being able to milk the cow is such an important thing. Corn! Oh, does the corn regrow too? Oh, the corn regrows too. Wait a minute. That means I'm just gonna have, like, a pile of corn that I can't harvest until the last day. Oh boy. Please stop. Oh my gosh, this is so much better when he's not running away. But as long as we remember to cut our way through to get to the last corn of the group on the last day, it's not too bad. Mildly annoying, but could be way worse. I said that, now it's gonna get way worse, I'm sure. No! Told you. You're kidding me. You didn't even let me finish harvesting? It's an all-day harvest? Really? I am convinced that time moves faster in the field. Wrong thing. Can I... No, I cannot. Oh man, and that was with the horse speeding me up. Holy crap. I didn't even look at... Oh, okay. So we're making money. Right, so it was definitely a waste to plant these next to each other. Oh, with any luck, Rookie will catch up. Probably not, though. Yeah, Rippy was just ignoring me the whole time. I guess trying to think of other things to talk about. I kind of went on a tear in this earlier. Some people I know. Revisiting some old quote-unquote anime series that I had watched before. I am just so immensely disappointed in The Eighth Son. Are you kidding me? Because at least the anime, I'm given to understand that the manga does not improve upon its problems. It only doesn't rush it quite so much. Where the person clearly can write politics and medieval goings-ons quite well, and then not focus on it, basically. Be like, oh yeah, this has been happening in the background, but we're not really, it's making it a priority of what the viewer is seeing, even though it's actually quite important. Wait, can I go in the bakery? Is it too late to go in the bakery? It's too late to go in the bakery. Because the setup for it is great. Understand their daughter's feelings. There are many things in the city you don't find here. I felt those longings. Ha. You don't want me to talk to you, right? Yeah. Because the setup starts with stereotypical isekai. Person from our world dies and reincarnates with overpowered magic. Whoop-de-doo. Yay, money. Where the twist in terms of what it could have been good comes from is that he is, as the title suggests... Oh! I also have a reason for the extra long titles. Remind me to come back to that. As the title suggests, he is the 8th son of the family. And so he is not really set to inherit anything, especially since they are dirt poor. Despite being nobles. Now, where the setup could have really been great, and they did technically use this, but they didn't use this, is he's the only one in his family with magic. Which means that even though he's the 8th son, and shouldn't inherit anything, if he makes good use of the magic, he will push all of his brothers to the side and basically cause what's called a succession crisis, because there's now competition over who gets to inherit the land and the title and everything. And this would have been really good to be able to see the Succession Crisis in full and him trying to... Because he doesn't want that, so him having to hide his power and all that, that would have been great. Unfortunately, he just kind of glazed over it early on. It was just like, okay, yeah, this is a thing, but he's just going to immediately take off to be an adventurer and get out of Dodge, and it's not going to be the focus for a decent chunk of time. Even though it could be. Like, I wanted to see more of the growing up among the family having issues with this, trying to hide his magic and prevent a crisis. You say the same thing! Before it gets away, and before we move on to the next 2 episodes, the reason a lot of anime and mangas and light novels have these really long names that describe what's going on, I did not realize that, in fact, the primary website to upload this stuff, because a lot of these are starting as web series one way or another, the primary website to upload doesn't have a synopsis section. So they are putting these, like, almost paragraph-like titles in, specifically because that's the only way that they're going to be able to summarize what their series is about on that site. And that ends up being the name of the series. You know, they can't rename it later then. Because that's what people know it as. That's kind of funny, and it does make the ultra-long names make a little bit more sense. That they're trying real hard to work around only having a title section. We're gonna do yard work this time instead of head off to the bar. So you see these things where it's like you just summarize the series. No, they did intentionally. Which is like, okay, that's a little weird, but now it makes sense. So anyways, the magic, learning magic, not getting in a succession crisis takes place over the course of 2 episodes. The next 2 episodes... 1 episode? Oh, it might have been only 1 episode. I think it was only 1 episode. He has skedaddled off to the Magic Academy, or the Adventure Academy, excuse me, which is an academy for the children of important people who will not be inheriting because they're 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th in line of succession. The Firefly Festival is tonight. Why don't you join us? We go to the beach to float firefly lights. Those are, well, haha. You'll understand if you come. How do you get to the beach again? I forgot this game had a beach. Anyways, the next line in the next episode in the series is at the Academy, where it's all a bunch of people who will not inherit, and so they've chosen to become adventurers, and this is sort of a standard practice because they're hoping to get hired as retainers. You know, they'll go out, prove themselves adventurers, and then end up working for someone who don't want to hurt the dog. A noble or a rich merchant or someone. This is, again, great world building in terms of a world mechanic. They talk about it and do very little with it. And again, they spend a whopping episode on this, where it's mostly just the other Academy students looking at how powerful his magic is, going, oh, well, we really need to fight to partner over him, but no one ever says this to him, so he doesn't know what's going on. How do you get... I'm looking this up. Harvest Moon 64 Beach. Where is the beach? Make a left at the Green Ranch. Oh, so I turned a little too early. Oh, it's... character left. Ooh. Okay, now we know where to go tonight. Woot. Anyways, it's just them talking about the need to join up with him because they'll be set for life with how magically powerful he is. No one tells him this, so he just thinks everyone's avoiding him as they fight over who joins, who proves themselves, basically. Typical nonsense. He rescues the 3 other main characters and ends up saying, hey, I want to be friends. Can we be friends? Cool, we're friends. Got many gnomes. And then it's on to the next episode, to the capital, where he casually slays a bone dragon on the way there. And something that is poorly, both simultaneously amazingly and poorly executed comes in. Weird to have Kick win the competition for... Really? Okay. Yeah, Bone Dragon is not a metaphor. It's just it's a Draco Lich. Minus the lichy parts. It's just skeleton without the impossible to kill part, apparently. And this is where it starts into a thing that is both a great plot point, but a terrible plot point. I mean, he's standard isekai overpowered character, though they do explicitly make a point that he is not the only extremely powerful mage out there. We effectively see 2 or 3 others who are not isekai people who could get up to his level. So, with their own specialties. So, it is a rare case of them looking at of an isekai protagonist who is at least an achievable level of power in the world for other people. If it's still extremely rare. Oh, you came. Go and mingle. I'll give you a firefly light later. Spirits of our ancestors came to the festival, and on this night, we light their way back to heaven. Sometimes the light we float to see grows bigger. People say a spirit enters it. I wonder if that's true. Very bright. A piece of moonlight stone is in this flower. Grandma in heaven, please watch over our vineyard. I wish you'd taught us how to make wine. Our vineyard is in trouble. Uh-oh. Grandma, we have followed your wishes. Continue to grow flowers. Rest at ease. Yeah, this is gonna be a sad one. I want to float this flower. Your grandpa is probably around here somewhere. Do the spirits exist? I can't believe it. I'm afraid of the sea at night, so I can't come here alone in the dark. It's as if all the stars of the sky have dropped into the sea. Shh, it's too early to go home. Is that everyone? Yeah, it's everyone. I talked to everyone, right? Well, I guess while we wait for him to give me a, lantern. Oh, never mind. I don't... Okay. Well, let's go home. We can go together. Be alone. No! I don't mean I'm scared at night. Today was a good day, and I'm going to have a good sleep. Anyways. So, yeah. You could have kept him pretty powerful without immediately jumping to a bone dragon. Hi, Spartan. No! Why? Frantically harvesting. Anyways, but so he saves the airship that they're on from the dragon and defeats it and collects its remains, basically, to be sold to the king. And again, here, the fact that they didn't know why emote too. I've got, yeah, I really need to engage someone about fixing the fact they only have a couple emotes. Anyways. And so he gets a pretty huge reward out of this. And it is eventually comes out that there's a very good reason why this and other similar situations are happening. That the kingdom, you know, he keeps doing things, or the kingdom keeps putting him in situations to do things. and getting rewarded for it. The kingdom is doing this intentionally. And so this does actually solve the hero constantly getting rewarded trope. But again, it's that what we see on screen, it initially comes across as very generic. When the setup, you know, him having to worry about the succession crisis on its own is a great way to handle a very powerful main character, where, well, that power is very much a burden in a very real sense instead of just generically. But it's really not addressed until the end of the anime, the kingdom is basically rewarding him and constantly giving him titles and money because they are actually engineering a succession crisis. His family has proven to be woefully incompetent. They are... I'm trying to remember the specific terms, like first-order thinkers. They think one-dimensionally. They, even though they are a knightdom, which is like bottom of the barrel in terms of noble ranks, they have been given a fairly large piece of land on the frontier for something that the first heir is just that awful. His dad is almost as bad. Yeah. They were given a fairly large chunk of frontier land for something like his great-grandfather did. Even though they were only made hereditary knights. Which, typically, being a knight is not hereditary. There are hereditary knights, and it is usually a reward for a particular achievement. There's a really neat real-life female order of knights that are hereditary knights for the defense of a city. And I'm trying to remember the details. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Anyways, so they were given a fairly substantial chunk of land, more than a knight normally would, on the frontier, because it was undeveloped. It just had a tiny little village and that was it. And nothing has happened since, basically. In a medieval society, land is everything, because with land you can do things. Even if you can't farm on the land, you can build stuff on the land to do things with it. So having land in any measure is extremely important. Having forested land is basically being given, you know, having forested land is better than being given a pile of gold. And so what any noble should do, and what his family has not done, is work to develop that land. And, you know, they're a very poor knightdom. They don't have a lot of means, but this is a tiered nobility. Not all noble systems work this way, where the lower ranked noble answers to a higher ranked noble and so on up to the king. They're in a kingdom that does operate in this level. Make this territory better every generation after the first. Derp. We'll just keep it the same. Yeah. So they answer to a dukedom. Which, again, that's skipping over several levels that they could have to answer to. So they've basically been set up to be promoted to more than knights once they develop the land, and have just not developed the land. And like I said, this is a gross show of incompetency in a society like this. And they always say, well, we don't have any money to develop land. Well, what you're supposed to do is ask for help from your superiors, who are obligated, as your superiors, to provide you help. But they sit there and go, well, if we get a loan, in terms of money or resources, we can't repay the loan. And that's as far as they think about it. That, oh, if I get loan, I have to repay it, and I don't have any money. They don't understand that if they use that money to develop the land and make it prosperous, then they will have the means to repay any kind of loan or generosity that they would be given. Furthermore, in any kind of competent, noble system like this, which history is dotted with a lot of incompetent noble systems, but in this case, the kingdom is shown to be fairly competent. You'll often... you'll often find yourself with your superiors seeing you're doing something useful with what they've given you, and kind of being like, I'm just gonna kind of ignore what you owe me. I'm gonna reduce it because you're being really good with it, with what I've given you type stuff, just as an extra boon. But they're not thinking like that. They're only thinking in terms of if I take out a loan, I have to pay it back, and I can't. They don't understand the idea of basically mortgaging their land or something similar. Of doing something with the loan that will make it easier to repay the loan. And it's generations of this problem, where the only way they understand to make money is to tax. And so, what little attempts to hunt and deforest the land is basically done by the family directly, and by a handful of villagers that they say, okay, as part of your taxes, you're going to come out for a week and help me with this. Alternatively, his dad is technically able to make improvements himself by raw strength, but he's too dumb to. Yeah, you see them sometimes working on the very edge of the forest, trying to push it back, but it's like 8 people, none of whom have magic, are out there with hand axes and shovels trying to develop the land. It's like, with what little time you have, you're just gonna push it back a couple yards at a time once a month. So the kingdom has a very good reason to want someone else in charge of this land. But the king can't just take it away from them. Because if the king takes it away from them without a proper crisis or problem, the rest of the nobility is gonna panic and do what England did, basically, and rebel and limit the king's power out of fear that the king will take away what they have. Which is very, very realistic. Again, this happened in England. There's a very good reason for this concern. And so, while they have failed to develop the land as they're supposed to, there's no actual hints of rebellion or anything, or any other problems going on that the kingdom can say, okay, these guys have caused a major problem, I'm removing them from power for the safety of the kingdom. Hey, Golden. So that's very reasonable, and that's also why the main character keeps getting lavished with promotions and gold, because the kingdom has decided, as the only person in this family with magic that they know of, they want him to be the one to develop the land, because even if he is as incompetent as the rest of his family, which he is not, he is actually competent. But even if he were as incompetent as the rest of his family, as someone with powerful magic, he can brute force better than his father and older brother going out with shovels and hand axes. Plus, they figure out pretty quickly that being an anime protagonist, he's pretty passive. He's a pretty big pushover when the kingdom tells him, hey, we want you to do something. He just kind of goes with whatever they say. Which means that they can just tell him, look, we gave you all these gifts, develop this land. And he'll do it. Meanwhile, Duke is like, look, competence do this, and his dad is still there, I'm not sure I get it. Yeah, it's clear that even though his older brothers except for his eldest brother, we'll get to him in a second, are nice, his older brothers are relatively nice, they are also very, very, one-dimensional thinkers, and do not think in terms of anything beyond the immediate cost and return of anything. So it really is a familial issue. So, like I said, the kingdom drops all these promotions and gifts on him, but won't give him land because they already have a plan for how he's going to get land. And it does seem like standard isekai free money from the sky type situation until you find out in the last episode that this is why they're doing this. They could have hinted at it better, but it does make sense then where it's okay, that's actually a good reason for the kingdom to be doing this and for this to be happening. And the way they do it is also clever because, and again, you don't find out until the very end that this has been engineered. Where was I gonna go? Because we've seen several times the High Commissioners, the most powerful nobles in the capital, argue and discuss what rewards he's gonna get, what they're gonna, do we give him this or do we give him this? No, we can't afford to give him this. Look, here's a compromise. And this is really good. They're putting on a show for the other nobles in the court, for the lower nobles, because by arguing and quote unquote compromising over it, even though it's preset behind closed doors, it appears as though it is the council making these decisions, the upper end of the council making these decisions, and the king functioning as a tiebreaker whenever he has to, instead of the king making arbitrary decisions to lavish his kid with gifts, and everyone going, oh, he's the new favorite. We got to do something about this. That's not good. Again, out of fear that, well, if the king's playing favorites and the king's doing this stuff directly, they have a very good reason to be worried about their own behinds. So again, this is really, really good stuff. This is great politicking that is mostly just addressed at the very end of the series. And so going back to his older brother, who is a big problem, Kurt has a temper. The one name I'm gonna say. He has a huge temper. He's extremely insecure. The moment he thinks that that Vel, the main character, has magic, as a child, he starts plotting killing him. And then when Vel goes off to goes off to be an adventurer, he's like, okay, good, I don't need to kill my youngest brother. He is not... The eldest brother is not a good person. At all. Extremely jealous, extremely insecure. And so... Vendelin, I cannot remember the rest of his family name. They're big Germanic names that they use, which is kind of neat, actually, but makes them a little bit cumbersome. I'll try to remember his name. It's Vendelin something. Anyways. So, then the kingdom is piling all these gifts and rewards and titles and promoting him above where their father is, and thus above where his oldest brother is going to inherit to. And he's hearing about all this, and he's still getting jealous and upset and even more insecure about his position. And his temper gets the better of him, and he starts making harsher and harsher decisions, being like, no, I am the inheritor of this land. This is my land. I don't want people talking about how great my littlest brother is. I'm in control, and that mostly consists of taxes and trying to force more of the local villagers to help him with his work that's going nowhere. And so the kingdom basically keeps prodding him in order to engineer a succession crisis. Yeah, he starts abusing villagers and servants just for mentioning them. And so... And this is like the last 2 episodes. Everything else was just him stumbling across rewards and adventures that are barely addressed. And most of the action happens off screen. It's like, how can you do so little of his adventures on screen and still have so little of the politicking until the very end? Come on. So anyways, they engineer a succession crisis. He is forced to kill his older brother. It's very contrived how it's actually executed, even for something contrived. And he ends up the one in charge. There was a brief moment of him trying to play the game back, where he looks at all these commissioners and other people who have helped him and asks them to try to do the song and dance on his behalf. Because his older brother's wife and kids, aka his sister-in-law and nephews, are gonna have to deal with the absolutely atrocious reputation that his older brother has saddled them with, and they'll be outcast. There will be no inheritance for them, nothing. And he basically says, hey, out of this crisis, there are a ton of low-level noble positions available now that are now below him because he's been promoted a bunch. And so he asks them to do the song and dance with him on his behalf in order to get his hands on 2 of those to give to his nephews, and just generally allow him to protect this bit of his family. And that's a very improper way to handle it normally, but thanks to the song and dance, it does allow the rest of the nobility to see, oh, this is this is probably the best answer of it, because otherwise it involves giving these people that have a lot more power even more power, and we don't want that. So we'll let him have this temporary bit of power instead. The king himself sees right through it and gets his claws a little bit further into Vel as a like, I know what you're doing type move there, but otherwise allows him to do what he wants to do. And it's like, come on! But it's like, this could have been done in more than a rushed couple of scenes at the end of the series. This could have really been something, and it just wasn't. Because I've covered all the good stuff that really is legitimately addressed in a few conversations, basically. You know, thank God that took way too much effort to get this guy's... Yeah. But because of this, he has a ton of money that isn't even a loan. It's just given to him by the kingdom. Because the kingdom has said, this has gone on for too long. It is worth it to just give him the money to develop this. And you know, and rather than do this and then force him to take out loans in order to handle it. And because of how they engineered it, it makes sense that he just has this ton of money sitting around. Go away. I'm looking at the time. This is our last day, so we are actually about it for time. But yeah, it's like... It's some really good politicking that is not fleshed out in the way it needs to be. To be a good bit of politicking. When your plot and politics are shallower than cell phone and oh my gosh, smartphone in another world just keeps coming up as something that Alright, there's enough rocks here. I'm gonna get rid of some of them. Actually, I'm gonna probably call it here. To be fair, the Bone Dragon is in fact worth an absurd amount. It is! But I'm saying that I would have not had that be the first thing he does to get rewarded from the kingdom. I would have picked a smaller threat for him to fight. Maybe we'll do like a rewriting to be good type thing. Because like I said, there's... For something that just drops so much of the ball, it has really good bones in it. In fact, so good that when I saw the synopsis for Noble on the Brink of Ruin, I was like, oh my gosh, did someone do it right? Because it's the same general setup of kid who's not the first son, not the inheritor, powerful magic, looking to make his way in the world, potentially gonna compete with older brother. No, Noble on the Brink of Ruins is the same concept, but worse in every way, shape, or form. There is no politicking whatsoever. The kid is even more powerful, and while the 8th son, are you kidding me, just, you know, skips through, like, 36 episodes of at minimum 24 episodes of content in the space of 12. Probably closer to 36 episodes of content. Noble on the Brink of Ruin skips through the same amount of content in about 3 episodes. I didn't even finish the series, and he was already at "You're gonna be the new god" stage. Anyways, anime rant as we go through this cycle. I'm sitting here going, I swore this game had more story things. That's why I keep trying to run around to talk to people when I can. But yeah, it's like, maybe I'll go check out the manga or something to see if there's more in it, but I'm given to understand that it's that, but only slightly more spaced out, unfortunately. It's a shame because it's very clear that whoever wrote it understands how medieval politics works. And can work around those very, very well. Certainly better than the last season of Game of Thrones. Noble on the Brink had a better excuse for the brother. Actually made him a touch sympathetic, but that's the only part that was better. Not the anime. Well, okay, I guess the anime in writing, though not on screen. Short version, since we gotta wrap up, is Noble at the Brink of Ruin. The kingdom actually has a standard for the nobles that they must achieve something in a set number of generations. Every set number of generations, or else they will lose their noble status. This basically keeps the family productive and worthy of being nobles. It's a pretty good system. So I guess if you're saying that because of that, that's why his brother is so freaked out about it, that makes sense. It's just that the anime, the couple episodes that even involve his brother at least, only barely addresses his own feelings on it and just kind of moves on to, oh, this kid's slowly becoming a god. Let's give him more waifus and more power. Oh, do you... You need your own country. Here, have it. Ugh. Anyways. Anime ramble over. Again, Star Citizen Free Fly this weekend. Be warned, the servers are not in great shape because it is a stress test. But if you want to try the game without buying it, this is how you do it. I will see you on Sunday. We are starting, unless an alternative pops up in terms of like a one-shot, we are starting Minish Cap. And I will see you next time. Be safe, and I hope you all have a great weekend.